Yo, what is up? Welcome. Yo, what's up, Ibrahim? How are you? Alright, so I have a lot of updates. So I just started working on this again, like, for the past hour. So I was able to fix the issue that I originally was facing, and I'll show you what I did. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I'm not gonna stream for too long today. I'll stream for like maybe 4 to 5 hours because we already got a lot of good stuff done already. So I'll just show you all what I've been doing. So basically, I refactored the entire API. And I thought, I don't know why I didn't think of this yesterday, but maybe it was just too maybe it was so easy that I didn't think of the easy solution and I kept like overthinking it. But anyways, so basically every single conversation is just going to have its ID, creator, recipient, as you can see over here. And we can basically get all of their conversations by checking the IDs of either creator or recipient. So for example, my ID for my account is number 9, right? So all I have to do is just query the database to see if the ID matches either the creator.id or recipient.id. And if it does, then that means that that conversation belongs to the user. So it doesn't matter who creates the user or who creates the conversation or who creates the recipient. So, yo, what's up, Raven and Marius? How are you? So basically, because we have this structure now, we can very easily create conversations. So let me show you real quick. So I'm going to log into this other account. And you can see that now I have 3 conversations, 1, 2, and 3. And you can see that for this conversation, let me zoom in a little bit. For this conversation, the ID of the creator is 10. So that belongs to that user, right? Over here, the creator ID is number 10. Over here, the creator ID is number 10. And I could go ahead and also create another conversation with this user. So let me log into maybe, let's see. Well, actually, I can't right now because even if I tried to create a conversation with user number 10, so let's try that. So let's log into Anson2. Okay, and if I try to create a conversation with number 10, it won't work because the conversation already exists, right? Doesn't matter if you are the creator or not, it's going to check that the conversation exists, which is what we want. Okay, that will prevent us from adding multiple conversations. So, and we also have the data as well. We have recipient and creator. So now all we really need to do is just go on the front end and fetch this data. So I can go over to source. Do I have my React app running? I do. Right over. Yeah, I do have my React app running. Let me open that up real quick. Host port 3000. Right, there we go. So let's go to /conversations. We should still be logged in. Okay, we're not logged in. So let's log in. Yeah, it absolutely will. All right, so you can see that over here. My ID is number 7. Okay, so I am the recipient. The creator was anson3@gmail.com, and the ID of that was number 10. So all we have to do is just display that on the side over here. Okay, we'll create several more users, and then we'll create more conversations. So, for example, let's do this. So we are anson@gmail.com. So let me log in. Oh, actually, wait. ID of number 7. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create some more accounts. Let me also fix up my Postman real quick. Let me do this. Rename conversations. Yeah, it will make it a lot easier, Ibrahim. You're right. So let me do this. Rename authentication. So what I'll do is I'll move this request in here if I can. Guess it won't let me. Guess it won't let me. Alright, there we go. Let's call this register user. Let's copy this. Paste that there. So let me remove that. So I'm just gonna fix up all of my requests real quick. Okay, and then we'll just call this login. Okay, so we have this. Can remove this. Just add this request as well. Status. Okay, and then there we go. So we're basically just grouping together all of our requests real quick. And let me just do this. Add request. Get conversations. And then this will call this endpoint over here. So whoever's logged in, it will fetch their conversations. And then we will go ahead and create one more, or create conversations. I also changed the request body, so it only takes a recipient ID. It does not need the author ID anymore, because the author ID is just whoever the authenticated user is. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create a couple more users. So let's do all right, so we have one user. Let's create another one. So I'm gonna just create some fake users right now. And we'll just create conversations between these users. So right now what I'll do is I will log in as this account over here, anson@gmail.com. So let's go here. Email, password. So we're logged in, or wait, get post request, there we go. So we're logged in. So if I were to fetch my conversations, I don't know why I didn't save. That's really weird. Okay, so there we go. So I have my conversation over here. So we'll create some conversations right now. So we are of ID number 7. If I try to create this conversation, it's going to give me a 409 because the conversation already exists, as you can see over here, between these two users. So let's create one with number 11. So you can see that we have this one over here. I actually need to remove this password field. I'll do that later. But you can see that I have number 11. Let's do number 12, number 13, and I think number 14 is not created yet. Now, if I refresh, you're going to see that on the front end, I'm going to now have 4 conversations, and I am the recipient of all of these conversations. I did not create it, but that's okay. So even if we were to create a conversation, it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and do this. I'll create one more account. Let's call this and we'll log into this account right now. So we're logged in as Aaron. Right now I have no conversations, but I'll create a conversation with this anson@gmail.com. So the ID is 7. So we'll go ahead and provide that ID for the recipient ID. And you'll see that we'll have a new conversation created, and we are the recipient. So if I go ahead and refresh, we should have 5 conversations. And for this one, the one that we just created, I am the recipient. The other ones, I am the creator. So it doesn't matter if we are the recipient or the creator. So we solved this issue where we can get all the conversations that we create as well as the other person that created. So it doesn't matter who the creator or recipient is. That conversation belongs to both of those users. Okay? So I guess what we'll do is we'll go over to the front end, and we can actually just render all of these items right now. Oh crap, I didn't see all of your messages. It just all sent at the same time. Hold on. Give me 1 second. There we go. Yo, what is going on, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Yo, Visek, person with the Korean letters. I don't know how to say your name, but hello. Have you tried Thunder Client? You know, I was thinking about it, but what happened was, does Thunder Client have WebSocket support? Because I was looking at it earlier, actually. And I was seeing, does it have WebSocket support? Do you know? Because if it has WebSocket support, I'll definitely start using it. But I thought about it, I was like, you know, Postman has WebSocket support. It's in beta, but it still works great in my opinion. And I think we'll just stick with that unless Thunder Client has WebSocket. Zubenko Petrovic, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Say welcome to the stream. Edon, what is the difference between Nest and Next? Well, NestJS is a web framework for backend, and NestJS is a server-sided framework for React. So it also provides a server-side aspect to it, so you can build an API with it. Siach, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so what I'll do is this. Should I create a custom hook for this? I don't know. Nah, we'll just do it like this. Hopscotch. How long did it took to learn React? And do I have to learn JS first? Yes, you should definitely learn JS first before learning React. Most specifically, you should focus on front-end development with JavaScript. I was watching one of your videos and boom, you're live again. Yep, we're gonna have a short stream. We're only gonna do maybe like 5 hours today, because I gotta work at 6 a.m. So I would love to stay longer, but I can't. Chaos Phantom, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You could try Rapid API too. Yes, true. From Human to Code, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here again. I hope you had a good day yesterday. If you don't know how to pronounce my nickname, call me Adrian. Haksiu. Did I pronounce it right? But anyways, yeah, so we made a lot of, so for those who are just joining in, I managed to fix the problem that we were running into yesterday. I think maybe I was just overthinking the solution a lot, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I was just really overthinking it, I think. And I decided to just attach the creator and recipient objects to the conversation, which makes it a lot easier. So here's what we're going to do now, is we're going to just go ahead and create some state for the conversation. So let me go into the React app. Let me zoom in a little bit. If you guys can't see the code, let me know and I'll zoom in a little bit more. I don't have a problem with that. But let me know if you can't see the code and if I need to zoom in a little bit. Samurai, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a custom type for conversation for the front end. So we're going to need the ID. We'll need the user type as well, which we already have that right over here. And then we'll need the recipient. So user or creator, user, recipient, user. And I think that's it. We'll also have a messages array, but we don't have that field created yet on the database, so we'll add that later. Is this good? Is this good? It's not a VSC extension, it's like Postman but open sourced. Okay, gotcha. I'll look into that. Hopscotch. I will look into that. Wow, it actually looks really nice. I'm looking at it right now. It honestly looks exactly like Postman, but it looks cool though. I'll definitely consider it. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to take this conversation and we're going to use this type to type annotate our state variable. Akshay, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. And Esk Official, welcome. Nice to see you from Moldova. So we're going to set some state, and this is a generic, so I'll just do conversation. Is it conversation or conversation type? Apparently I have two. Okay, yeah, I have conversation type. I think I'm gonna remove this later. I will just have conversation for now, because I don't think I've even used that, to be honest. First time here, and you sound like a really great guy. Thank you, Edon. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the sub. That means a lot to me. So what I'll do is I will go ahead and update the state of set conversations. Or set yeah, I think I'll call this conversations. Not conversation. Why not use React useState instead of useState? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just really up to you. You can use React useState if you want to, but then you'd have to import React up top there. I personally just prefer using just useState itself. So you import useState up top, and then you just call it directly. Same thing with useEffect and the other hooks as well. I think it's all about personal preference, in my opinion. It doesn't really it doesn't really matter too much, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So we're gonna set conversations. I think we don't need to pass in the dependency array into here, because if we do, that will actually infinitely loop. Because this useEffect hook will run again because we are updating conversations. So watch this. If I do that, and if I were to go to my front end, I think it will infinitely loop, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. Or actually, is it infinitely looping? I don't know. Because we're not console logging anything. Yep, there we go. It's infinitely looping, which is not good, right? So you only want this callback to execute once when the component renders. So that's why you leave an empty dependency array. And what we'll do is we'll pass in conversations down over here. And I think we're going to have a type issue, right? Because I think what happened was in the mocks, I had something like this, which is not what I would want. On the database, we have not managed messages yet. So we'll have to fix this. Excuse me. So what I'll do is I'll actually just delete this. And what I'll do is I'll go into here and I'll just remove that. And I'll just change this conversation type like that. There we go. Remove that as well. All right, so now we can go to conversation sidebar. And then over here, we can go ahead and reference conversations. And what we're doing here is we're mapping through each conversation. So we actually don't have conversation name anymore. So watch this. I think I might need to zoom out a little bit, but let me just do that real quick. So what we'll do is we'll need to compare who the user is currently, so we can actually render the correct name on the sidebar. Let me open up Figma. Did I sleep? Yes, I did. Thanks for asking. So if we look at our UI, we're supposed to see the recipient or the other user. That's not us. We're supposed to see their name. So we can easily do this by using an if condition, or like, you know, a condition. So what I'll do is this. Let me go ahead and grab the user object from useContext, because remember, if you were here yesterday, we used a context to store the user's data, the auth user's data, right? And so over here, I can go ahead and show you how this works. So if I were to reference user.email, right, you're going to see that my email is being displayed over here. Okay, which is good. Let's see, where am I from? I am from America. Where are you from? So you can see that our user is over here. Of course, we have other properties too, such as ID. So we're number 7. So all we need to do is to make sure that we render the correct user. Okay, what we do is this. Let me see. So conversation. I guess this conversation is of ID number 14, right? Let me double check. Okay, so I think what we need to do is this. We'll create a helper function, I think. Let me see. So we're currently logged in as user number 7. So I think what we'll do is this. Let's create a custom function get display user conversation type. So what I'll do is we'll get the user's ID. Okay. And what I will do is this. Return conversation.creator.id equals user ID. So if the creator's ID matches our own user ID, so that's basically the user that's logged in, then we shall return conversation.recipient as the user that we're going to render. Otherwise, we will return conversation.creator. So basically what this does is we're basically saying, okay, you know what, actually let me just do this instead. Screw it. What database am I using? I'm using React. Oh, what am I talking about? I'm using MySQL. Oh, well, very early morning over there. I'm from Spain, yeah. Nice. So Spain is probably like what? It's like maybe like 9 a.m. over there. Cronies, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, the GitHub link is in the description. You can find the repository over there. Okay, so basically what this code does is we're checking the conversations creator.id and we're checking if it's equal to the authenticated user's ID. So if it is, we want to return the recipient, right? Which means that the person who created the conversation is the person that's logged in, and we want to display the other user that they are chatting with, right? However, if this is false, that means that the person who created this conversation is not the person that's logged in. So we'll just display the creator, which is the author. Seems about right. Yeah, we'll basically display, we'll just return the other user. So all we need to do is this. So we're gonna call get display user. So let me do this. Is there a way I can call this? Let's see. Oh wait, yeah, I think I can just do this. Or I'm trying to think, is there a way I can just call this once without needing to call it multiple times, or do I have to call it multiple times? I guess I do, so. So, what I'll do is first name. Wait a minute. Do I have to call this again? Urizen, welcome to the stream. So watch this. So now you can see, wait, let me remove the ID. Okay, so now you can see the actual user's name. So let me actually do this. There we go, that should fix it. So now we have the first name and we have the last name. And I don't know if you can see the address bar up top over here, but the ID is changing whenever I click on a conversation. Okay. And yeah, so right now we don't have the avatar, of course, because we need to save that, right? And we also don't have, I need to also fix this too. Let me see what's going on over here. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. That's a easy fix. Let me go over here. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Try Boy? How are you? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Oh, is it because I have height set to 100 pixels? Oh, wait, what the hell? Oh, crap, I didn't even realize this. Hold on. I completely didn't even realize this. Wait a minute. So I think I need to do margin top 100 pixels. Wow, I completely didn't realize that. We actually had one more. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay, so we have the conversation being displayed. That's good. So maybe later we'll worry about like avatars, assets. We'll probably create like a DigitalOcean space and use the AWS S3 bucket API for Node.js to work with this, to like store assets and stuff, because I don't really want to save that to our file system right now. But that's something to worry about later. So I think we're done with rendering this. So I think what we'll do is let's go ahead and create a conversation from the front end, and let's see how that works. I think we already wrote the code already, but we do need to modify it just a little bit. So what I think I need to do is, let me go over to components, forms, create conversation form. And, oh yeah, we actually haven't even wrote the code for that yet. Is NestJS alternative for Express? Yes, it is. Is there any reason you pick raw React over Next? No, not really. It's just my go-to. So let me see. Yeah, so we actually haven't implemented the feature to actually create the conversation from the front end, so we'll actually need to do that. But before we do that, let me also go back to our backend and let me fix something real quick. A couple things that we need to address in the backend. Before I do anything else, let me stage all my changes. Fetch conversation and render on the sidebar. So we'll go into the Nest backend right now, and what we will do is this. We're going to go ahead and set up messages now. So I think messages shouldn't be too hard to handle. Mon Code, welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream, I should say. How hard is React Nest compared to, say, Objective-C or C#? Anyone here Objective-C or C# developers want to answer that? I've never really used C# much, but I would say it's not really about how difficult. It just depends on what resources are available, because I feel like as long as there are proper resources available to you, you can literally learn anything very easily. But sometimes some environments just don't have great resources compared to others. Like for example, React, I find React very easy to learn for anyone because there's infinite amount of resources that are created and that are available all over the place. You just have to actually find it. Provide, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create an entity for message.ts. So between message and conversation, basically it's going to be a, let's see, one-to-many. So a conversation can have many messages, but a message can only ever belong to a single conversation. So that makes it a lot easier to handle. So what I'll do is this. I'm going to go ahead and set up a primary generated column. Is there a way that you can set the ID to a fixed number? Start. Is there like a start at? Let me see. Type or primary key start at. Like start at a different offset, I guess. I'm wondering if you can like start the primary key at like a specific number, starting from a specific number. So let's see, let's have the primary key. We'll have the content of the message. What is this? I want to save this as a number, but for some reason, you know, I've saved this as a number before and it gave me issues, but I'll try it again. And I think a message is going to have only one-to-one, I think. Is it one-to-one? Let's see, a user can have one message. And a message, well, I mean, a user can have many messages. But the thing is that the user is not going to have a direct relation to the message. In order for them to get the message, they have to actually get it through the conversation. Hey, do you do freelance work? Sometimes. Sometimes. Sometimes I do. Yeah, so I'm thinking like if we did add a one-to-many, my concern would be like, because we wouldn't fetch messages directly like that. Because we would get the messages from the conversation and not directly through the user. So that's why I don't think I would want to add a one-to-many or a one-to-many on the user. But if I were to add a one-to-one, what happens is, well, I think actually I should think of it like this. Message and conversation. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, we have a spammer. So let me see. What I want to do is this. Create a. I think we just need we definitely need the author of the message. Author, user. But now this cannot be a one-to-one, of course. It has to be a one-to-many. Yeah, yeah. I think it'll be a one-to-many. Yeah, I guess we'll have to do that. So a user can have many messages, but a message only ever belongs to one user. So one-to-many. I'm a little bit iffy about this relation, but it's fine. And over here, we'll do, I think it's many to one from here. What theme on VS Code? It's called Pale Night. I'm always curious, why are people so obsessed with themes? It's like the most asked question. Can I know what's your VS Code extension? I mean, I have a bunch of different extensions, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Can you do Discord bot dashboard? I've already done that on my channel already. Is this Mongoose? No, it is TypeORM. Yo, what's up, Tchaikovsky? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I always get asked what my theme is, and it's the most asked question. But it's not even really that pretty, in my opinion. To be honest, like, I'm better off using the default theme, if I'm being honest. Hey, I'm a big fan of your DJ's tutorials. They have been a big help. Well, that's great to hear, Pax, and I'm glad to see you here on the stream tonight. Welcome to the stream. Which ORM? I'm using type ORM. You put monetization on live, did I? I have no idea. I think by default I just have it set to on, so yeah. Stream is 440p? No. Oh, you do see ads? How many of you actually see ads? I'm curious to find out. How many of you actually do see ads? Interesting. Let's see. All right, so I think I'll do this many to one. And this message will, of course, have a relationship between conversation. So a conversation is going to have many messages, but a message belongs to one conversation. So conversation is going to have a one-to-many to message like this. Like that. And so messages will be an array like that. And we'll need to define a conversation property. Can you please make me a Roblox script? No. NestJS seems kind of like Spring Boot. Yeah, you're right, Badesh. It is. I always say it's the Spring Boot of Nest or of TypeScript, Node.js. So I'm gonna go ahead and import message. I think that was the only. Yeah, I think that was the only one that I imported. Wait, what am I doing? Let's see. There we go. Yeah, let me and this guy. There we go. I hate when people come here and try to hijack my stream with that kind of stuff. Alright, there we go. So we shouldn't have any issues, and we should have our messages. Okay, so now it should be pretty easy to save messages to the database. So what we can do is we can... Oh, let me also add a couple of additional properties as well. So what I'll do is this. Created at column. Created that. And what I'll do is I think we'll need the last message sent. And I think this is going to always be a... I'm trying to think. By the way, what is one to many and many to one? It just basically means that you have two entities, right? And you have entity A contains multiple instances of the other entity, entity B, right? And then the other way around, entity B only contains one instance of entity A. So think of it like this, right? A conversation has many messages, but a message can always only belong to one conversation. So I think I might also need a one-to-one relationship, or maybe not one-to-one, but like probably like I definitely don't think this will be. I think this will be a one-to-one, but we'll have to update the. Yeah, I think this will be a one-to-one, but we'll update the message every single time a message is sent. And so let's see, one-to-one, each one column, and I think this should be okay. Okay, so we have last message sent. We have created at. I think this should be okay. See what else is there that we need to cover. Was there anything else I need? Okay, I mean, yeah, I think this should be fine. So every single time we add a new message to this conversation, we will need to update this property and add the message to this messages array. Okay, and we'll worry about the validation later. So it shouldn't be difficult to validate messages for a conversation, because all we need to do when we create a message is we'll have to check to see if the creator of the message is either the if their ID matches either the creator or the recipient. So let's go ahead and test this out. So let's see. What we'll need to do is we'll need to try to create an actual message for the conversation. So what I'll do is I'll create a new module for our project. So let me do that real quick. So I'll create a new module, and this module will represent everything to do with messages. Though I'm wondering if it'd be better if I call it conversations/messages. Like have this be a nested module, but I don't know. Because a message really does belong to a conversation. A message is nothing without a conversation. It's like the child of the conversation. Yo, Elon, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that, man. And make sure you join the Discord server too. Because since you're brand new, definitely join the Discord. We have a Discord server, so you can check it out and chat with all of us. If you want, you don't have to, but you can if you would like to. We'd love to have you here. We'd like to have everyone on our Discord server. How do I make a ban command? What's up, 7 Mood? How are you? It is currently, well, it's almost 2 a.m. You know, why don't I do this? Hold on. Let me actually do something. Let me do this. Show taskbar. My Windows is a little bit messed up. There we go. Alright. Now y'all can see the time on the bottom right. It is 2 a.m. right now. Yeah, definitely join. We'd love to have everyone on the server. It's 4 p.m. for me. Damn, that's like an extra, that's like plus 12 hours over there. Yep, I saw. Thanks for joining. It's 12 a.m. for you? Really? Only 12? Are you in like Alaska or something? Minus 2 hours? Wait, 12 a.m. Where are you all? For those who are in, for those that it's 12 a.m. Where are you guys from? Give me a second. Alaska, wow. Just asking, you're not comfortable using terminal in the VS Code? I mean, I don't mind, but I honestly prefer using Windows terminal because I get to do a lot of fun stuff with it. Singapore, wow, nice try, boy. My family's I have a lot of family in Singapore actually, so that's pretty cool. But we have a lot of people from everywhere. Wow. Yeah, yesterday like we had a lot of people from all over the place, which is awesome. I like that. Alright, so I'm gonna set up the controller and then I'm gonna set up the service. Let me go over to constants and let me just add these two routes. So I can actually just delete this and this because we had participants, but we don't have that anymore. So messages. Messages service. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll provide services.messages, use class, message service. I'll go over here, I'll create the interface for our service class, create message. This will return an instance of message, like that. I'll define the arguments and the type for the argument in just a second. But what we'll do is we'll go over to here, we'll implement iMessage service. Let's see. Whoops. And then I'll go into my controller. Let me fix this real quick. Routes.messages. We'll inject the message service, so private read only, message service, like that. And let's set up a couple routes. So we'll need a route to create the message, so post create message. We'll also need to set up a DTO for the request body. It's called Pale Night. Let me see. So what we'll do is we'll create a DTO. So we'll call this create message.dto.ts. So the DTO is just going to represent the request body that is being transported from the front end to our backend service. That's what the DTO is for. And so what defines a message? Well, think of it like this. So we'll have the user type in the actual content. So of course we'll need the content. We can also look at our type ORM entity to also match that too. So if we look over here. So properties that we'll have that we don't need to generate are author. We don't need to create that because we'll take care of that on the server. We really only need content and the conversation ID. So for content, we're going to use the is not empty and is string to validate this. And we'll also just need the conversation's ID. So is not empty, is number, and then conversation ID like this. So we don't really need anything else because the rest of these things, like the created at timestamp, that's going to be auto-generated by that's going to be auto-generated on the server. We don't need the author as well. Is it better to set up a message service via WebSocket? I mean, well, that is going to be for emitting events when we actually create the message. You'll see in a second. So I'm going to use the body decorator, message payload, create message DTO. I'll call this create message DTO, yeah. Create message DTO. And we can also get the user with our auth user decorator. This returns the user instance like this. And then all we'll do is we'll call this.messageService.createMessage. And we just need to pass in a couple parameters. So here's what I'll do is I will go ahead and go into types, and I'll create a type called create message params. And I think what I'll do for this is we'll really just need the same params. So content string conversation ID number, and everything else is just going to be auto-generated like I said before. So params, we'll pass that there, and then we'll just pass in this argument into that method. Let's go ahead and implement the method. So params create message params. Type RM and type goose are the same. I've never heard of types goose before. Sounds cool though. Let's inject this repository. All right, and then what we want to do is this. We want to reference the repository, call create, or actually no, we need to do validation first. So the message service will actually need the conversation repository because of course we need to validate the conversation. So I'm not going to bother importing the entire module because I feel like we might end up having a circular dependency, and I really don't want to have circular dependencies. I mean, you could do that in NestJS, but you should avoid it as much as you can. So instead what I'll do is I'll just inject the message repository. We do need to fix a couple things though. So first let's go into our messages module, and we do need to import type ORM module and call for feature and pass in the message entity, and we're going to pass in conversation entity as well. And I'll go ahead and inject the conversation repository as well. Okay. Later on, I will probably remove the conversation repository and actually just import the conversation module, depending on if we end up don't have like a circular dependency. So for example, if conversations doesn't ever need to import anything from message module, then we're fine, but I think it will though. Type goose used for define mongoose models using TypeScript classes. Yo, what's up, Basso MC? Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here. How are you? So we'll need to validate everything. So first thing I'll do is I'll go ahead and query our conversations table. So await this conversation repository, find one, and we need to search for the conversation based on its ID. So params.conversation ID. And then what I'll do is if there's no conversation, throw new HTTP exception, conversation not found, status bad request. Beganovich, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Yeah, but type supports for lots of SQLs, not non-SQLs. Yeah, that's true. Toligan, welcome to the stream. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. on a Monday morning or Monday afternoon for some people. We're just getting some coding in because we started this project yesterday and we want to finish it. 100% we're going to make more progress today. So if the conversation does not exist, we will throw an error. Okay. We will need to also verify if the conversation creator or recipient matches the user who's trying to create the message. So additionally, we need to pass in other arguments too. So let me do this. Conversation ID user. We'll need a bunch of other properties too. So user. I think that is it. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, that should be fine. So I can go ahead and do this. And also, when I query, I also need to get the relations as well. So I'll go ahead and select creator, recipient. Okay. So what I'll do is if conversation.creator is equal to, let me do this. What's going on here? Oh, okay. So if conversation.creator is equal, wait, whoops, conversation creator.id is equal to user.id. What is going on over here? Oh, nice to see you here, Ben. Welcome to the stream. So if the conversation.creator.id is equal to user ID or conversation.recipient.id is equal to user ID, that means that they are able to send the message into this conversation. So this protects the conversation from people who are not in the actual conversation, right? Only people who are in the conversation can send messages to this conversation. Okay? So what I'll do is this. If they're equal, then what we could do is we can create the message. So we'll do const message. Actually, let me do this. If it's not equal to this or not equal to this, I'll throw an error instead. So let me do this. Throw new exception. Sunday forbidden. 24 Ken, welcome to the stream. How are you? So now what we'll do is this. Okay, so Buggle TV, thank you so much for watching my videos, man. I appreciate it. So if the creator's ID is not equal to user ID, or if the recipient ID is not equal to user ID, then we'll say cannot create message. We'll continue, and I think we've done those checks already. I think we've checked the major part of the conversation. I think there's something else that we'll need to check actually. Okay, so what we can do is we can go ahead and create a new message by doing this, by referencing this.message repository called create. And then what we want to do is we want to pass in content. We'll need the conversation. We'll also need the author as well. And I think, so we have content, author, conversation. And yeah, we need created at. So created at will just be new date. to time. I think this should be fine. And then what we'll do is we will go ahead and save this message. As someone who uses Nest, what's your opinion on these full stack React frameworks, backends without proper DI organization modules? What do you mean full stack React frameworks? Are you talking about like NestJS specifically? So we'll save the message, and then we'll need to, of course, save the conversation. We'll need to attach the conversation. So I think what I'll do is, well, what I mean by this is we need to add saved message to conversation. I mean, I think what we could actually do is we can actually cascade this, I think. There should be a way to cascade everything. So that way, whenever we create a new message, it will just automatically add it and we don't have to manually do anything. I think that's how it works. I don't know much about Remix, but in my opinion, I personally believe that the concept is great, but I don't think you'll ever find yourself in a situation where if you want to build a large application, you can get away with doing it with using only a framework that has both front to back. Unless if that framework, I mean, even if that framework did have those tools, they wouldn't do everything in one repository. There's a reason why, like, in industry, you'll see lots of projects all separated into microservices, micro front ends. Decoupling is like a huge thing. If you have everything in like a huge monolith app, which is really what it ends up becoming if you use NestJS, right? You'll just have like all of your code under one repository. And you'll have so many people needing to make branches, pull requests, running tests, all that kind of stuff on one repository. And you'll just end up, it just becomes a headache, That's why companies tend to have microservice architecture, especially bigger ones, not smaller ones, because it saves a lot of headaches. How do we store attachments and files in MySQL database? Well, there's a couple. I mean, usually what you would do is you would just save the file path in the MySQL database. So you shouldn't act. I mean, okay, there's a data type called blob, which is just binary, which is a binary object. And if you actually want to save an actual image, you would just save the actual blob data, right? But I would recommend not doing that, and I would recommend what you should do is if you are using something like Amazon S3 or anything related to that, like DigitalOcean Spaces, you can save all of your assets on that, and then you can retrieve those assets by calling the DigitalOcean API. Or if you want to use your own file system, you would just save your files on the file system, and then you would just save the file path in the database. You don't want to actually save a file in the database. Yo, what's up, Mindpoint? How are you? And yo, what's up, Marek? Welcome back to the stream. I actually ended up just fixing a lot of stuff. Well, okay, so basically I decided to just change the architecture of conversations. So instead of having a participants array, I just did it like this. And I just queried by checking the creator ID as well as the recipient ID. And if at least one of them matches, that means that that conversation belongs to that user. So if you look at the front end right now, we can see that we have all of our conversations. Right now, what we're working on is creating a message and saving it to the database. Shubham, welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you here again. How are you? Where's my, there we go. The next telegram, maybe, just maybe. I think, yeah, I think honestly, I think what I'll just do is I'll just use cascades and save this. Alright, let's try this out. Let's go over here. Let's show tables. Okay. Okay, so let's try creating a message. So right now, we're gonna go to Postman. So I'm currently logged in, I think as, let's see. Status, where's status? So I'm currently logged in as ID number 4, user ID of number 14. And I only have one conversation between myself and user number 7. So we're gonna go ahead and create a conversation message. So I'll create a new, let's see, let's create a new folder. Messages. Can you show your extension? HTTP, so let's do create message. Let's do /API/messages, and this is going to be a post request. Okay, and we have validation set up, so if we send an invalid request body, it's going to throw an error. So content, we'll just say hello world. And then we need the conversation ID. So this conversation ID will be sent from the front end, of course. So what I'll do is I'll just grab conversation ID number 14. And let's see what happens. So it says, oh, it must be a number. Whoops. It says internal server error. So let's see what's going on. So it's saying relations creator were not found. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Creator, user, recipient, user. Okay, so those relations definitely do exist. I think it's supposed to be conversation dot creator. Interesting. I don't know why it would, that's really weird. Why would it complain about that? Conversation.creator. Why would it complain about that? That is really interesting. Creator and recipients. Yeah, I think that should be fine. So I'm not sure what the issue would that be. Relations creator recipient were not found. Please check if creations are correct and that they exist in your entities. And this is for the conversations repository. Well, I thought you were still streaming since yesterday. Nope. I went ahead and I got off yesterday and I went to sleep. Huh, interesting. Why would this that's really interesting. Why does it not recognize these two relations? What keyboard do I have? I have a GatRed. I think it's GatRed keys. It's the Discord keyboard from Snow's Giving. Wait, what? Conversation ID number 14. Did I pass in everything correctly? What's going on? Yo, what's up, Comic Dev? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Conversation ID number 14. Right? In the database, we do have conversations with ID number 14. Does conversation ID depend on the amount of messages? No. Is it just a preference to use type RM? Yes, it's just my preference. I mean, I have used Prisma before, but I'm not really a fan of Prisma because you have to like manually run the migration every single time, and I don't really like that. I'm trying to figure out what's going on over here with our find one where ID is equal to conversation ID. So why would that return undefined? That doesn't make any sense because the conversation does in fact exist. That doesn't make any sense at all. Conversation ID. Uh, 2 a.m. It's currently 2 a.m. right now. Tailwind is killing me. Well, what's the issue with Tailwind right now that you're facing? Okay, so what's going on over here? Why is it not able to search for the... Why is it not able to search for the conversation ID? The conversation ID is number 12. We're on the conversation repository, right? This .conversation repository conversation. No, I'm using a different version of type RM. Today I have a test on React.js. Wow, nice. Hope you do well on it. Yeah, what is going on? Like, why am I not able to query the database? Okay, that returns. Okay. But that is so weird. Why is it returning undefined? I don't understand. See, it exists. It clearly exists right over here, right? The ID 14. This is the conversation right over here, right? We're calling the conversations API. We can see that the ID is over here for this conversation, right? I am logged in as Aaron. If I look at the controller, let's see. We have the user object. Let me double check something. Maybe I've messed up my types. Okay, so we have conversation ID. Okay. Params is create message params. That comes from utils types. And let's see. Yeah, so why would it not search for the conversation that... And we are also awaiting this, right? So what's the issue? Oh my god. I accidentally did inject repository message. It's conversation. Alright, there we go. That should fix our issue. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, let me Control-Z everything. Okay. Yep, I messed up over here. Conversation. There we go. Had a feeling it was something like that, but glad we were able to double check. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a message. So now it says cannot create. So I think the reason why we can't create is because the creator ID does not match the user ID or recipient ID. So let's verify that. So right now, we are logged in as user number 14. And the conversation ID number 12 does not have user 14. So we have to do number 14 for the conversation ID. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Let me get the conversation real quick. Let's log. Okay, so you can see that we have creator and we have the user. Okay, so I'm comparing the user's ID, which is myself. Okay, so if the user's ID, what is my user ID? How come I don't use the terminal VS Code? I don't know. I've never really preferred using it, to be honest. I can't even, I can't, actually, I guess I could do pains, but I don't really like it. I only ever use the terminal for stuff like React, because I don't really need to look at the debug log in the React. I usually just look at the console in the browser. Okay, so user ID is number 14. So if... Oh, I get it. It's if one of these is not true. Okay. So if creator ID is not equal to user ID and recipient ID is not equal to user ID, yeah, it's supposed to be and. Okay, so this case would fail if at least one of this is true. So that was our issue, so let's fix that, and we did. So now we get a 500, and that's likely coming from out of range. Yeah, it's this issue with date.now. I'm not sure what... Let me see. Date to... What's the best way to handle time? Like, should you get milliseconds? Timestamp? What do you guys think is the best way? Is it just to get it in milliseconds? Is it just better to get it in milliseconds? Oh, really? Milliseconds? No, we definitely don't want that. Create date column and update date column is best. What does that do? Hey, what are you working on? I'm working on a chat app. Oh, thanks for letting me know about that, Ben. Alright, you can just do that then. And then update date column. Okay. Yeah, I think for now, I'll avoid update date column. I'll just leave this for now. Get time. Alright, so we can just delete this. Alright, let's see how this works. So let's try this out. And we have our message. I really don't like how it always just gets this password thing. So let me see if I could do this. This is not good because we need to honestly serialize everything every single time. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me do this. I think what I'll do is I'll probably do this. But this will give us issues when we have to serialize the user. So let me show you. If I try to log in right now, it's going to throw an error. Watch. Yeah, see, it's throwing it over here. Yeah, like the only issue is that if I try to log in or if I try to do anything, so we can fix that very easily though, by just going into our auth module, go into, and I think what we could do is I think we could just manually select, yeah, I think we'll need to explicitly get the user with password. So I'll do this real quick. Get user with. All right, Siach, take it easy. So I think I'll implement this method. All right, take it easy. Hope to see you later. Yeah, but that only works if you are using instance to plane. But the problem here is that we'll have to call instance to plane every single time, which is very annoying. I mean, I could just avoid. I mean, I don't need to. Actually, yeah. Like the problem is that I'll need to call instance to plane every single time for every single. Like see, I already had exclude already, but I'll need to just call instance to plane every single time, which is really annoying. But I think what I'll do is this. Right now it's returning a message, but what I'll do is do this. Oh, now it's saying forbidden resource. Do I have to log in again? Okay, so if I were to create another message, right? I would have to basically call instance to plane on author. So instance to plane user. So watch this. If I call send again, password is gone, but now I'll have to do that for the conversation again. So I'll have to do is I wish there was a way just to like I wish there was a way just so that you can exclude certain fields from being selected with when you query, but it's a little bit, it's whatever. Like I wish it was possible. Probably is, but who knows. To JSON this. This is one bootlegged way of doing it. We'll have to refactor later. Anyways, yeah, there we go. Okay, so at least it's sending messages. And now if I were to query, select from messages, I have all of my messages, author ID, created at, I have the conversation ID. Cool, so now what we'll need to do is when we click on a conversation, we'll need to get the conversation and its messages. So let's write a commit message. Create, implement. Oh, I see what you mean. So if you override to JSON, it will always exclude the password. Is that what it is? I'll have to refactor that later, because if you were to use exclude, or if you were to do select set to false, you would have to manage the auth service, and you would have to explicitly get the you would have to explicitly find the user and select the password field with the query builder, which is not a problem. We can worry about that later. Jumping in the middle of this. No idea what's really going on, but I hope I can learn something from this vid. Other than that, much love from Macedonia. Hey Marco, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just working on some NestJS right now. Okay, I'll consider that, Ben. I'm gonna move on for now, though. I'm gonna move on for now. But yeah, I definitely will consider that 100%. So let me do this. So every single time we update the, every single time we add a new message, we want to update conversation dot last message sent, and we want to assign this to the new message. Yeah, I'm not against it. I just want to kind of like just brute force this implementation, and then once I brute force it, then I can go back and refactor. But yeah, no, I definitely have a post right now. I have the docs open up right now that talks about the to.json method after you mentioned that. But yeah, it seems like a good way to do it anyways, so I'll have to look into that. Do I know about Stripe API? Yes, I do. Honestly, I think I probably just won't even return like anything just to make it easier. Because why? Like, do I really need to return anything? Because here's the thing, right? Like, this is the REST API. We don't even need to return any data to the front end except for a 201 or a 400 if something goes wrong. Because what we'll need to do is we'll need to actually fire a message event to the client that's connected, and that's how we're going to actually update the other user's client so that they can see the updated message. Why don't you try NX for this project? Is it possible you can make a video about charging credit cards with Discord bot? I already made a video using Stripe with Discord bot, so I don't know if that's exactly what you're looking for, but I'm sure if you watch that video, you'll probably be able to learn a couple thing or two with how you can integrate Discord with Stripe. The video's on my channel. There's a playlist that you can search up on my playlists. Anyways, yeah, so let me do this. So every single time we update this, we want to go and do this. Await this save conversation. Yeah, so honestly, I don't even need to do this, honestly, because I'm not going to send anything to the front end, so I won't worry about that. And then now if I look at the conversation, see how it says last message sent is 6. Let's create more messages. Number 7, number 8, number 9. So there we go. So that's how we can use that to get the last message sent. Do you know what's the video called? I'll send it to you right now. It doesn't, I don't know if it's exactly what you need, but what I will tell you is that it will teach you a lot about Stripe API and how you can connect everything. And it actually, in that video series, I actually showed you how to, I actually went over how you can create a dashboard for that. So let me send it to you real quick. How am I so good at coding? I'm not that good. But thank you, I appreciate it. Hello, you make a guard for gateway? Not sure what you mean. How would you make the cursor disappear after some time React is not moving? There should be a browser API that allows you to disappear the mouse. There's an event also. I would suggest you Google, look up browser mouse event. I would suggest you look that up and maybe you can find that. Anyways, alright, so now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and fetch a single conversation. So we'll have to implement an endpoint for that. So watch this. Do I know how to make a Discord bot? I do. I have some videos on my channel that can teach you how to make a Discord bot. Okay, so we'll fetch a conversation by ID. So actually, let me try this out real quick. Add request. Okay, there we go. It's working. Let me do this real quick. So it's working. Only thing that we'll have to do, of course, is get the relations. Yo, what's up, Lyrosphere? Nice to see you here again. How are you? Creator. Okay, you can see all the messages. Okay, and then we'll also need messages. I think it was author, right? It was messages to author, yeah. There we go. For now, I'm not going to worry about the password field. I'll ignore that because I'll just go ahead and fix that later. So we won't try to worry about this right now because all you have to do is just fix it once in one place and then the password field will disappear. So don't worry about that for now. Okay, so we have all the messages and they're all being sent by Aaron and they're not being sent by Anson. Of course, we'll also need to make sure we order the messages. That's going to be a little bit difficult. Maybe it is, maybe it won't be. I think maybe a left inner join. I think maybe a left join and then set the order by might fix that. Because right now, yeah, we'll also need pagination for that too, right? I mean, actually, you know what? I think what would be better is if we, Actually, you know, I have a better idea. So I think instead of actually fetching all of the messages through the conversations, we should actually fetch the messages through its own table. Because at least that way it'll make it easier for us to do pagination. So I could do something like where conversation ID equals 14, limit 5, and skip 2. I don't know the syntax for this, but you get the idea. Something like that. So I think it's better actually if we just query the message itself. Yeah, honestly, I think that might be better. Yeah, I think that might be better. So I think instead of querying conversations for messages, I think it might be better to actually query the messages endpoint itself. So when I click on, okay, yeah, that's fine. So when I click on one of these, we'll fetch all the messages. Okay, yeah, I think that's better. Yep, that's better. Yeah, we'll do that. So let me go ahead and do this. So we'll do messages controller get message. Get messages from conversation. And I think for this, we should only care about we'll definitely need the conversation ID. And we'll also need the auth user. And we'll go ahead and go into the message service. We'll create another, we'll create this get messages and get messages by conversation ID. And then what I'll do is inside the service, I'll go over here and implement the method. So async. Okay, so we will go ahead and get the conversation repository. So return this dot conversation repository. Find. We will need to use find and count later, but I'm not going to do that right now. We'll worry about that when we get to pagination. That's like not really going to be a worry. So, of course, we'll need some validation too. We'll need to obviously validate to make sure that the user is actually part of the conversation. But for now, I'll just worry about fetching the ID. So, fetching the conversation. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wait, it's the stop message repository. Alright, so let's try this out. Let's go into Postman. Yo, what's up? What's up, Gene? How are you? Okay, there we go. And then I can now easily... So I think I'll do order by... Let me see. We always want to make sure we are getting the latest message sent. So we'll have to order... We'll order on created at... Sending. Yeah, I'm doing great, Gene. Thank you so much, and nice to see you here again. What is up, Lulu? How are you? Cortez Best, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so now we're ordering it by the latest. So when we fetch it from the front end, we'll get all of this. And then we can easily paginate, right? So for example, if I wanted to paginate, let's see. So let's say, for example, I want to get the first let's say I want to get the first 3 messages. So the offset, so let's do skip 0 and then take 3. I'm doing good, Lulu. Thank you for asking. And it's nice to see you here. So this is going to be 987. And then when I do pagination again, I'll skip 3. And then I'll take 3. So that'll be 654. And then I'll skip 6. And then I'll skip 9. And then it'll be empty. So basically this is how we'll implement pagination when we do. For now, we'll leave it like this. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be absolutely fine. What basic clean code rules you follow while coding React? Keeping everything in its own file. Never do more than one thing in a use effect hook callback. Type annotate everything when you use TypeScript. Name your components properly. That's the most important part. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into my code right now for React and watch this. So we have this conversation channel page, right? And right now it currently only displays the user email. So if I were to go here, okay. How will you determine in this case which message belongs particularly on the front end? I'll get to that in a second. I can't really explain it, but I can show you. But I'm not. Let me see. Determine in this case what belongs to particular user. Well, I mean, the user's logged in, right? So when you fetch the messages, all you have to do is compare each message's. Okay. Well, actually, let me do one more thing real quick. I forgot to do this. Let me go ahead and I forgot to get the relation. So the relation that I need for message is author. And watch this. So on the front end, what you'll need to do is you'll need to compare the author's ID with the logged in user's ID, right? And if they're not logged in, then well, I mean, and if that ID is not the same, then you know that that's not the user, right? So yeah, I think yeah. For the most part, yeah. For the most part, that's pretty much it. Okay, so let's go on the front end now, and what we'll need to do is we'll need to fetch the yeah, is there a way to just get the ID? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, can I only just get the ID instead of just getting, like, can I just do author ID? Like, I don't want to just get the whole thing. Like, I'm wondering, is there a way I can just only get author ID? Just join. What are you using for auth? Passport. I tried this earlier, but I don't know. It didn't work for some reason. So, I mean, I think this is for... Yeah, so this would be only for message, but not... Is context in React is like global state? You can definitely use it like global state, but usually you would usually use context to basically share state across multiple components. It doesn't have to be global, but it could be. My GitHub contributions were quiet from April to July. Yeah, that was when I stopped coding. Like, I didn't really code much from April to like July-ish. I only like literally this is the first project that I've worked on since then. I didn't go on vacation. I was just focusing on like other stuff in life. Will you be providing GitHub link for this project? It's already on GitHub already. Yeah, I really don't like this sometimes. It's just so annoying. Let's see. Like, I wish I could just find like a solid example, but I can't find one on Google. Okay, I think this is fine. Yeah, I just found something on Google where there's something called load relation IDs. So I think maybe for now we'll only need the author ID, really. Actually, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not true. Because we'll definitely need no, 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 no. We need more than the author ID. Yeah, what am I talking about? You need the first name, last name, and you need the yeah, it's fine. We'll leave it like this. Yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah, I know. I've said earlier, like we're not going to worry about the password field for now because that is due to serialization, and for me to fix that right now, I would need to do it in one place. But that's the least of my concerns. That's the least of my concerns right now. I'm not really worried about that. All right, so let's go ahead and get the ID, the route parameter from the path in our browser. So we can see that we have the route parameter over here. You can see that it's being changed. So that's what we're going to use to fetch the correct conversation messages. So I'll go into my utils api.ts file. We'll do export const get conversation messages. Yo, what's up, Yuvraj? How are you? And if I remember, yep, it's number 14. So that's all right. And then what we'll do is we will call this function, pass in the ID. String of undefined. Okay. And of course, it's going to complain about that. $12 today? No, definitely not today. I have stuff I gotta do later, so I cannot stream for that long. I would love to, but I can't. Not today. As much as I'd love to, I can't. This is so annoying. Let me do this. I mean, I know for a fact that this ID will never be null. Let's see. Oh crap, wait. So when I click on a new, so when it goes to a new page, why is it not, wait, give me a second. Why is it not updating? Okay, now it does, okay. So in this use effect, we want to update, we want to make sure that this use effect hook is running every single time the parameter changes. So I think if we put an empty dependency array, because yeah, that does that. So I think maybe we'll have to put ID here. So whenever ID changes, yep, there we go, perfect. We'll fetch a new one. So remove that. Yeah, although you cannot do something like this. Really? You could do that? That's weird. I thought you had to assign it to that, but feels weird to me though to do it this way. But anyways, I am going to do this. I don't like doing it that way. That looks really weird. That looks really weird to me. Type of ID equals string, and then your code. I'm tempted to just do something like -1 because we can treat that as like an invalid entry on the back end, but that feels really weird too, if I'm being honest with you. So it's just like, well, I mean, I know for a fact that this ID will never be null, so I'm just gonna start it and just pass it in. How do you do conditional rendering? I usually just do the ampersand. Well, I mean, doing it in the JSX is fine, but like in just like regular JavaScript like that, I don't know, it just feels weird to me. I usually do it like that in like the JSX, yeah, but in like the actual like function call, I don't know, it just feels weird because like I feel like it's just like there and like the return value is just like not assigned anywhere, which is why like it feels weird to me, but it's fine. All right, anyways. So every single time we click, it'll fetch messages. Although here's the thing, right? Later on, what we'll do is when we integrate Redux, you can see that right now it's fetching all these messages. What we can do is we can actually store everything. I mean, maybe, you know, what I'm thinking is, I mean, even if we use Redux, right? There's a chance that if we don't actually, you know, yeah, actually, you know what? I think we could use Redux and we can save all of the messages in the state. Because here's the thing, like we're not going to be using HTTP to be fetching the latest messages. We're going to be using WebSockets. So when the WebSocket event is received on the front end, it's just going to drop the message in the correct state conversation. So yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. I think we'll be fine, honestly. If you use React Query, it'll save it from having to Felix, yeah. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about using React Query yesterday, but I held on off that yet. But we'll still, I don't know, like, the thing is, like, we'll still need to manage every single conversation and its messages. I don't know, we'll think about it. We'll wait until we actually need Redux. But we'll definitely need it, though. At some point. Does React Query work with WebSockets well? Does React Query work with WebSockets well? That is something that I'd be interested in. Zustin, I've heard of it before, but I don't know. I honestly, I don't want to use Zustin, and my reason why is because, you know, I mean, I think these smaller libraries are great to use, but the truth is that it's honestly it's a lot more worth to learn the bigger libraries that companies will use, because then you'll actually be used to it. I mean, I have used Zustin before, and although it's like simple, it is definitely a lot more different than React Redux. And the thing with Redux is that it's so like heavily invested by so many companies that they already have all their source code with Redux already written in for Angular and React specifically. I'm not sure about Vue though, but 100% for the others. Export type message type equals. So we'll need the ID content created at. Okay, I think this should be good enough. We don't have a avatar, but we'll worry about that later. It's fine. These things can come last. Let's see. All right, so we have that. Let's try and the difficult part is how would we do something like this where, give me a second. So we want to definitely render everything from bottom to top 100%. Let me open up Figma real quick. So I'm thinking, is there a way to inverse the scroll? Let's see. Front end. Let's see. HTML inverse scroll, reverse scroll. So instead of scrolling from top to bottom, you can go from bottom to top. Invert the scroll. You're using sockets, yep. Because, like, you know, in any normal chat app, you want to reverse scroll. Yeah, it's definitely possible somehow. But how would we do that? What font am I using? It's called Inter. I-N-T-E-R. Inter. Relative parent in a container for a message that is absolute and is positioned at the bottom. I'm trying to Google something. HTML, CSS, inverse scroll. Slack? You scroll upwards, don't you? I mean, in any chat, you usually scroll upwards. Like, for example, like if you look at our YouTube chat, you scroll up. Actually, what am I talking about? Well, I mean, in on YouTube's chat, it populates the messages down, right? But if, I guess, like, the only concern is, like, okay, I mean, if actually, you know, the thing is, okay, what I'm thinking is, let's say, for example, you have this chat, right? Right now, you cannot scroll. But, of course, when you have more messages, right? When you start to have more messages, you will start to have a scroll bar. And then what you can do is when you scroll up, you want to fetch more messages before that date. So I think, yeah, it'll just be a regular scroll, but you'll just need to listen to an event, and check when you reach the top of the scroll. So when the user scrolls up, you'll keep fetching more messages every single time. So instead of doing it when you scroll down, you do it when you reach the top. So yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult, I think. Yeah, it should be fine. So for now, let's go ahead and implement this whole UI. So I think what we'll do is we'll have a container over here, So for now, let me just go here and I will get rid of this. So we have this. Let's create a container for this. So let's go into styles, index.tsx, export const message container style. Yeah, let's just implement the design first before we... Let's just implement the layout first. So we have this message container, and I want this container to basically be the same color as the background, so we'll inherit the background. And the container will hold the input box all the way in the bottom. So what we'll do is this. We'll inherit the background. And in the message container, we want to have the message items as well as the message text box. I think I might rename this actually. I think instead of calling this a message container, I think I'll call this, let's see, message chat message container. I'll call this a conversation. Chat message container. Because I'm definitely going to have another component that will actually hold the messages. This is just only going to hold, this is supposed to hold everything. So message panel. Yeah, I'm going to call this a message panel instead. And so this message panel will hold the container as well as the input field. So what we'll do is we'll create another component called message. So this container will hold all of the individual messages. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead into here. Let's create a style component. I only use FC if I ever need to worry about props. I mean, eventually I probably will use it. It's not that I don't use it. Like, I'll use it if I need to type annotate the props. Let's see. So this will hold the message container, and it will need a message input field. Message input field. Why don't I use Tailwind? No idea, honestly. Yo, what's up? Not sure. How are you? Message input field. So I'm going to probably change this to message input field. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. Message input field. I hate how like I'm out of options with this too. Message input field. Message input field. Message input field style. It just feels weird. Message field. I'm having a crisis trying to figure out how I want to name everything. All right, there we go. So this panel is going to hold the container as well as the message input field. Okay. So let's actually render out message panel right now and see what it looks like. So we can see that it's right over here. Okay. So one thing that I need to mention is that this is supposed to have a height of 100, which it does, so that's good. If I change the background color, let me just verify that it does go with the full page. You can see that it spans the full page, which is good. So we'll need one element here and then one element here. I think we could do that very easily with a flexbox, I think. So I think what we'll do is for message panel, what we'll do is we will update this real quick. This will have a height of 100%. And we will have display flex direction column like this. And of course, message container needs content. So let me try a height 100%. There we go. See? And let's go ahead and do this. Try 24 pixels padding. Is there a way I can like, should I like, I'll put a border for now so I can at least see what's going on. Yeah. Let's go on here. Wait a second. There we go. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Supreme? How are you? And yeah, I did sleep. Don't worry. Of course I did. Of course I did. Nice to see you again. Okay, good. I can see that right over there. I think this padding's okay. So I'll leave the border here for now, but let's see. So I think now we'll need padding for input field. So let's go here. Do you working in a company or freelance? I work for a company right now. Oh wait, I don't want that. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Yep. How can I know if I'm ready to get a job? Um, well, I would say that you will know when you have built a couple of projects and you feel confident about your skills from those projects that you've built. If you've built a project that you are happy and proud of, then what you should do next is put that on your resume, put it on GitHub, apply to a couple of positions, and by a couple I really mean apply to like 100, 200, 300, as much as you need, and see what happens. I just quit my job to try and start my own SaaS business. It's been going all nice. I am spending way too much time thinking if I should start a Nest project or Simple Express. Any tips? Some threads saying Nest is over-engineered really made me doubt what to do. The thing that you should ever listen to is yourself. Don't listen to what people say, because you're always going to have people who will find things about X, Y, and Z to complain about. So if you want to do it, you should do it, and don't worry about what people on like Stack Overflow or people on Reddit are talking about. Because the longer you wait and sit on that thought, the longer you're just not going to do anything. So it's better to start doing it and then learn for it yourself and see what happens from there. That's what I would suggest and what I would personally do, in my opinion. You know how to read form data from post request and node. That's the main issue. That's why most people just go for a company. Yeah. If you can I mean, yeah, most people are like that. Like, not everyone can think of a good startup business idea, you know? So if you can't think of something, you know, it's not the end of the world to go work for a company and work on existing products, you know? Huh, interesting. I want this message panel style. I don't want to do a margin on this, but instead I want, and I don't want, I want message panel style to have padding. Like that. Yes, there we go. Yep. I want it like that. Now I don't know why this border radius does not want to work. Let's see. And let's see, I want to go ahead and do padding 12 pixels. Border radius 10 pixels with boxes. So I have all of those, but I'm still really confused why the... Okay, I guess I have to refresh. That's really annoying. There we go. Okay, great. I do want this to be a little bit bigger. So I will add some more padding to the... I believe, do I want padding? Let me see. I guess I could do padding like top and bottom, but what about inside? Yeah, I think padding, I want 0 for the input, the actual input field, it'll be 0. And also, I forgot that this is actually supposed to be a text. This should actually be a text field, not a not an input text area. And we'll later need to make this more dynamic, so that way, well, first, yeah, we'll make it more dynamic so that it can resize, I guess. I think Discord's text does resize, yeah. So we'll have to like make it dynamic so we can like increase this as it goes, and then we'll just, yeah, it should be fine. We'll have like a dynamic size, and as this input field increases, this container will decrease. So I think it'll be fine. For now, I'll just do 50 pixels. Actually, no, I'm going to change this. I'm going to worry about this later. I'm going to change this back to an input. And let's see. What else is there? So, yeah, so now we got to make sure that we have padding here. So now the messages are going to have to go from here to up top. So what we could do is this. Though I do think that we should have maybe a little bit of padding inside the container. So we'll do only for top and bottom though. So maybe 10 pixels top and bottom. Yep, so that way on the bottom it's not right on top of the input field. Alright, so now let's go ahead and try to render out. We'll just do a random color for the avatar, the name, date, and then the message content. And so what I'll do is inside message container. So message container is going to need the messages as a prop. So let's see. Let me go into message panel. So I think we'll need to pass it down into message panel and then into, yeah. So this is where Redux will be so much better, because you'll see that we'll have to do a lot of prop drilling, which is not a good idea. So for example, messages, let's create a custom prop, message type. And then what I'll do is we'll do FC props, and we'll do messages, and we'll have to basically just drill it down for now. But we'll get to, when we get to Redux, we will use that to manage things a lot better. So now I'll have to pass in messages down into message container. So messages like this. Wait. Wait, what is going on? Wait. The message input container. Oh, wait, this is input field. Whoops, wrong component. This is message container. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. FC props. Get the messages, and there we go. Okay, so now inside here, whoops. Messages.map m.content. Whoops. You can use context for the messages though. Have you tried writing WebAssembly in Rust before? It looks interesting for cybersecurity company. I have not. Okay. So let me look at message container style real quick. Let's see. Display flex, justify content, flex end. Okay, so I think flex direction, let's try this, setting this to column. Okay, so we use flex end instead of flex start. Okay, cool. So we'll start from the bottom, though I think I'll have to actually print out everything else just so I can see what the order is. But I think this should be fine. Let me see what happens if I... Okay, so what happens is if I get more messages, this actually breaks, it actually expands this, so we'll have to fix the height of this to... So instead of 100%, yeah, I think it's because it's 100%, and then message input container is also that as well. Let's see, because these are the only two components here right now, right? Let's see. Overflow scroll. Scrolling is not working for some reason. Overflow scroll. Huh, so for some reason the scroll bar is not working. Does it just not work with... Oh, okay. It's because of flex end. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, it's because of flex end, which is why it's not scrolling. Okay, so it comes from the top. Yeah, so we'll have to do this. If we do flex n, we need to make it so that I can scroll to the top, but I guess it doesn't want to do that for some reason. As you can see right over here, we have this. And if I have more messages, it all goes all the way to the top, but the scroll is disabled. Yeah, so it seems like according to Google, FlexN actually breaks the scroll functionality, so we cannot use FlexN at all. Which means that the messages will start from the top, but we want it to start from the bottom. Set parent element height 100V and set full scrolling child. That is not going to fix it because we need to. First of all, we need to get the messages from the bottom to the top. So let me show you. Let me go back to this real quick. Let me just style everything else here. So const message item container style. So I'm gonna need a container to hold the item. So this will be a flex box, 100%. It'll have let's see, a flex box. I think I'll do a gap of 20 pixels, and we will do align items set to center. And this is only going to be temporarily. And then we'll have 2 items avatar. So I'm gonna do export const message item avatar. For now, this will just be a red. This will just be a solid color. Size of it will be 50/50. So with 50 pixels, height 50 pixels, background color. And then I'll also do message item avatar, message item let's see. The item content will just have the name and then the message item. So we'll do this. So we'll need this and then this. So let's do. I am just gonna do this for now. I don't really care. We'll refactor it later. Actually, I'll just call it a header. m dot created at, and then we will do this. We'll end up using a library later for this, but get to. Do I suggest learning Nest without knowing Express? I mean, you can go pretty far. The NestJS documentation is really good, so you don't really need. You don't really need it, honestly. You don't really need Express, in my opinion. You can learn Nest without Express, in my honest opinion. Yeah, there's a library that I think it's Moment. There was a library that I used a while ago that we can use. We'll probably use that later. Don't worry. I'll probably Actually, you know, I'll download it right now. Let me find it real quick. The library was called DateFNS. DateFNS. This one over here. That's the one that I was using. Let's try this out. What's going on? The nerve zone. Format string what? Format string, that's weird. Why would it complain about that? Range error, format string contains unescapable. What? Hmm. Yo, what's up? How are you, Ankita? How's it going? Did I sleep? Yes, I did. I mean, I got off at like 2, and then I went to sleep. So I got a good amount of sleep last night. Alright, so let's see. Okay. Welcome back. Okay. Perfect. So it's showing the first oldest at the top and then earliest at the bottom. And if we have more messages, so I'll create some more right now. Okay, so the latest ones will be displayed on the bottom. So this is a conversation between number 14 and number 7. So let's log in as number 7. So it's anson@gmail.com. And let's try to create a message. Hi, I'm Anson. Let's refresh. So now you can see that Anson developers here, Aaron developers here. Okay. Now obviously this is not good because we can see that it's all the same color, but it's fine. We can fix that by just very easily checking who the recipient is and who the... Like, so what we could do is we could do this, right? I can do something like this. I can get the user, and then I can just say this const user use context auth context, and then what I could do is this. Just to show an example, I'll use a hard-coded style. I'll use a hard-coded inline style, so I can set the color. So if user.id is equal to m.author.id, then I can go ahead and set the color to let's do maybe like white or black. See? But obviously I'll fix this, so let me change this to that's not so good. You get the idea. This is just an example. Obviously, I'll fix this in a more, so we don't have to hard code it, but you get the idea. I'll fix this in a bit. Okay, so, oh, and I also forgot, we also need to put the, we also need a header on the top over here too. So we're actually not even done yet. So, message panel style needs message container. Or, I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Message panel style needs the header up top here. That was something that I completely forgot about. But we're almost there, we're getting there. And just remove the border for now. Where is the border? Let's see. Okay. And yeah, we'll just leave like this for now, because obviously we'll figure it out on the backend server. But we're almost there, so let me just go ahead and do one more thing. Let me just add that thing over here, that header that we need in over here. So in message panel, right? Let's see. So we have message panel, which is this component. We also have conversation page channel. I could have just put a top here. Let me try. Right, I could put it auto up top there. Do I want to though? I could. What if I did this? Maybe I'll create a component called message panel header .tsx. And we'll obviously need to configure this so that it stays the same. Actually, I think it might be better to put it inside message panel right over here. Let me try that. Nope, I'm not tired. Wait a minute, wait. Looks like you have been drinking a lot of caffeine? Not really, honestly. I haven't really drank much. Hey, how are you? Hey, Waving Cat, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Move this here. Z-Flow, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Last day I was in your stream, you've done a lot of progress. Yeah, we've got a lot done. Hush, I don't know how to pronounce stream, but how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good, thank you. What am I using the first state? Nothing yet. We're still developing everything. We're far from done, but we're getting closer. You know, it'd be fun if you were to hold future streams like this one where you try to build e-commerce or something like this. I might, you know, I mean, this is one of the projects that I want to work on right now. Maybe next one we'll work on a e-commerce one, because one thing that I had in mind was I definitely wanted to build something like a cart system using Redux. I think that would have been a fun project, but, you know, maybe I'll do more of these. Who knows? Who knows? I'm always up for a challenge, so yeah, I'm always up for a challenge. Do you think it's better to place the message from the current user should be able to write? Honestly, I don't think it's a good idea. There's, you know, I mean, okay, so that would be better if you did it on mobile, because the mobile screen, the horizontal width of the mobile screen is a lot smaller. So it would be better if you did it on mobile. But on desktop, like, you see how wide the screen is? Like, you can see that if I were to move the message all the way to the right, it would be harder for the user to see. So, for example, if the screen was smaller, it would make sense, but not when it's like too wide, though. Do you mean Redux Toolkit or plain old Redux? I'll probably use Redux Toolkit. Most likely we'll be using Redux Toolkit, yeah. Seems like this is working well. Surprised that this is actually working with no issues. Okay, so messages are being rendered well. So, all right. So the next thing that we'll have to fix is we'll need to make it so that we need to actually make it so that if the user, we need to know what the next message is, right? Because right now, you can see that if we look at our UI, we have the usernames, we have the data all over here, right? We have name, and then we have, like, we have the name every single time. We don't want that. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and actually manage our messages array. And we want to basically format it in a way where we go through each message. And what we do is if, I think, I'm trying to think. I have an idea. We need to know what the previous message was. Is there a way that you can get the previous value? I think we could actually. Okay, let me try this. Value index array. And the last value is array. And so what I could do is I can get the current index. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Dan? And I think what I'll do is this. Let's see. Messages map m index. So if the index is 0, we will not do anything, of course. Whoops, what am I doing? Hold on. What is my thing? Wait, where's my React? Hold on. Where's my React? Wait, what the hell just happened? Hold on. There we go. I don't know what just happened. Yo, what's up? Aiden, how are you? How's everything going? Decent. I'm doing good, thank you. Mimi, how are you? Welcome. Am I using Tailwind? No. Okay, so I think what I'll do is this. So you can see that the index are listed over here. So if we're on index 0, so we always know that we always know this, that index number 0 is always going to be the latest message, which is going to be displayed on the bottom. Right over here. Right over here, as you can see. So we'll basically do this. I think if we're at index 0, we'll skip. So if index 0 return. And then what we'll do next is after we'll go ahead and check the previous one. So I guess we'll do r index subtract 1. So you can see that right now in this iteration, refresh. You'll see that right over here, it logs ID of number 22, which is not good because that's not what should be happening. Because it should be skipping the first one because we're at index 0. So I'm not sure why. Hold on. Okay, so this is being logged on line 26. Okay, good. And then on line 29, it logs 22. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, this makes sense. It logs it because we're going back 1. So yeah, okay, this makes sense. So after 0, what we'll do is we'll compare the previous one. So we'll do const prev message equals array index minus 1, const current message equals array index. And then I think what we could do is we can compare the author. So if prev message dot author dot id is equal to current message dot author dot id, same author, else not same. Let's see what happens. Okay, so you can see that same author, same author, same author, same author, same author. So it gets to the point where it says not same author. Okay. So at least now we know how to check the author, the previous author, right? Now, how do we actually make it so that it does not join the same one? So I think what we could do is in the JSX, we can say, okay, if it's the same author, we can return. Let's see, return. Can I return a div inside this function, or I don't think I can. I think actually I could actually. Okay. So if the index is number 0, we'll just return the message itself. So we'll basically just return this. Yeah, so we'll actually have to convert this into JSX in a little bit. So let me actually do this. Message item container. Well, I mean, we'll still have everything inside a message item container. The only thing that we won't render is avatar. So I think all of this stuff would be a lot different. So for example, if index, so for example, if messages array index -1 author ID is equal to messages. Yeah, so we'll have to do this in like this. I guess we'll have to do this inside a function. Yeah, so let me configure this a little bit. So we definitely want to map. So if index is equal to 0, I'm gonna brute force this and then I'll fix it in a little bit. So let me copy this. Yeah, so everything will belong in an item container. Hi Anson, what tech stack do you use in full-time job, if you don't mind me asking? Mostly just Node. Excuse me. Yeah, mostly just Node. So we'll have the item container, avatar, details, everything. And then what we'll do is we'll check the next message. So if the previous message's author was equal to the current message, right? Then what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and render an item container without the avatar, without the details. We'll literally just only have the content like this. So I know this looks really messy right now, but I'm only showing it. I'm only doing this just to test everything out. Obviously, this is not the way that we're going to end up doing it in the end, but this is what it is supposed to look like, or at least that's what the logic is. So I'll go ahead and do this. Let me comment all of this out. Let me do this format messages, and let's see how it renders. So we see, okay, so now it says, "Hey everyone," and so we can see that the next message is obviously not us, right? Because if you look over here, the author is ID number 7, and then the next one, well, actually it is. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. Actually, wait, we need to keep displaying the messages all the way. Oh, yeah, because we're going from bottom to top, so we need to keep rendering the messages until we get to the point where it is not the same author. So if it's not the same author, then I guess what we'll need to do is we'll need to display their name, but then, actually, wait. If previous message author, actually, let me do it a different way. If current message and then next message, if we compare the authors, because if we know who the next author is, then we can just render the, okay, I'm gonna do it a different way actually. So let me get rid of this. And so what GPU are you using? I have a 3060. Yeah, I forgot that we are going from bottom to top, so So here's what we'll do. If array.length is equal to index, that means we are at the end. So what we want to do is, if the current message author ID is equal to next message author ID, if they're the same, we can render just the content. So let's take this message item container, and we'll render just the content, right? Oh, whoops. There we go. Let's see. Current message R index, next message is R index plus 1. Yeah, I think you're right. But now we're running into another issue. Oh, look, we have another spammer again. Why did they keep coming here? Really annoying. So yeah, I think current message isn't defined. What's going on over here? Okay, yeah, so the index is 21. Yeah, I think we'll have to check this. So we know we're at the end. So if we're at the end, so we know current message is the last message. So if we're at the end, then we'll just return current message. But okay, so if we're at the end, then we'll have to compare current message with the previous message, I guess. Can you increase font size of editor? I mean, it's pretty big already. I mean, I don't know. Are you watching on mobile or something? Because if I increase it again, it's just going to take up more space for me. But I mean, it's fine. React installed and VS Code project up, starting your beginner series with fun starts. Great, that's awesome to hear. If arg.length is equal to index plus 1, okay. So if we're at the end, how do we want to handle this, right? Because what if we are at the end of the message? Like, there's only one message left, right? And okay, so I think if we're at the end of the message, we'll compare the current message with the previous message. So const prev message equals r index minus 1. And then we'll compare the previous message with the author. So if prev message.author.id is equal to current message.author.id. So if the previous message is the author is the same as the current message's author, well, I mean, we're at the end already, so what we should do is we should just display the username, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could do that. I mean, it's hard to really tell what we need to do because we can't really see what's going on. So that's why it's kind of a little bit difficult to see or like tell what we're supposed to do, because there's no way that we can tell because we can't see what's going on. Okay, we'll just do this. If we're at the end, we'll just return this. Otherwise, we will keep looping. Okay, we'll keep iterating, and if the current message, the author ID is equal to next message, then we will only do this. Otherwise, we know that the next message's author is different, so we'll render literally the message with the username. See? So now you can see what happens is, hey everyone, so let's just kind of like, let me just double check everything. So If hey everyone, that's Anson developer. You know what? Let me just go ahead and do this. Let me just to see if this logic works well. And again, we'll tidy this up a little bit. Don't worry. Okay, so you can see that there we go. So you can see that it's working great. So hello world. Yep, perfect. Yo, what's up, Antisocial? How are you? Welcome to the stream. So basically, it'll keep iterating. Do we have all of the messages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yep. So basically, let's try sending another message. So let's send one. So I just create another one. So there should be a second hey everyone right over here. Now let's go ahead and try sending it as Aaron. So let's log in to the other user. And let's see what happens. And now I can see that because the author is not the same, it's gonna go ahead and display this. Now here's the problem, right? This works well because we're refreshing it, but how do we get this to work when we are working with WebSockets, right? Because I guess with WebSockets it won't be too hard because when we get the live event, we can just check to see the latest message, see who the author is, and we can just literally actually no, I think it should be fine because as long as we're just calling this method, it'll re-render for us again. So yeah, I think we should be okay actually. I think we should be fine. Okay, let me just fix this up a little bit, and I will of course fix up this code because this is really messy, like extremely messy. Let's see. Heinz, thank you very much for your channel content. Help me go deeper in the program. Keep going, bro. Thanks, Abdul. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so if we're at the end, we're gonna return the formatted message, which will just be it'll just be the message with the username. Yeah, that makes sense because if we have no more messages, right? I mean, let me look at Discord real quick. It's hard to tell because Discord always like auto refreshes, so yeah, it makes sense to actually always show the username if we're at the end, because if you don't show the username, you won't know who sent that message. So you have to show the username if you don't, right? So, however, if the messages are not at the end, what am I talking about? If if the messages, if the author are the same, then we'll just send message item content. And of course, we'll have to fix message item content. So what I'll do is I'll create another component to fix this. Let's see. I think actually, you know what I'll do is I'll actually just pass in a prop in here. I think we'll just do padding string. Actually, no, I'll just do padding. Yeah, okay. So now what I can do is here. I think what I'll do is padding left. So I'll do top, right, bottom, 40 pixels. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, it looks okay. I mean, I think we'll have to get the exact padding, which will be a little bit difficult. Wow, we are on the dot. There we go. Doesn't look really nice though, because you can see that it looks a little bit wonky. Let me also try one more thing. What just happened? Data too long for column 1? What? Oh, you know what it is? It's because our entity might be yeah, I think I know it. Let me change this data size real quick. Where is it? Content. Should work now. Alright, and let's do that. Am I using chalk or no? Wait, what is going on? Wait, hold on. What is going on? Wait, what is going on? Hold on. Also, the thing with Discord is that I realize is that it actually displays the avatar every single time. It only doesn't display the avatar on, like, you know, live messages. So even, like, for example, if you refresh your Discord server or your Discord client after you send those messages, I think it'll just show as, or I think there's a certain time constraint, I think. Let me check. Yeah, I think there's there's a time limit. So even if you refresh, yeah, after a certain period of time, then it will just go show regular. Yeah. But it's fine. Let me see. I'm not sure why I'm not sure why right now. I'm not sure why right now the content is empty. Oh wait, you know what it is? It's because I changed the data type. So I think the database, it was not compatible, so I think it dropped all of yeah, I think it dropped everything. See? It dropped everything. So yeah, that's not good. No wonder why that was not working. Okay, yeah, I thought there was something wrong that I did. Okay, so let's try sending more messages. Okay. So Discord does it in a way that the first message sent shares the same. Yeah, exactly. And even if you refresh, it'll still say the same. But after a period of time, I don't know. I'm looking at Discord, and for some reason, like some messages that you know what it is? I think maybe I may have deleted those messages, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Doesn't know what but I mean, but we can always refactor this though. It's not the end of the world. We don't have to get it exactly like it the first time, but as long as we get something working, then it's fine. Yeah, I know all the messages are just gone. Not bad, not bad. I don't think you can do negative pixels actually, which top right bottom. Yeah, you can't do negative pixels, so it's fine. Yeah, we'll have to fix it a little bit. I might actually fix up this. I may fix this part up over quick. Let me see. Oh, like so you're saying like Discord has like a record? Do they like create like a new record or something like that that represents that? Oh, I see. So they must have more fields, right? Like they must have like another record called like what, like a baseline or something, and that baseline uh has like a property called is first message sent by who, and they definitely do something a little bit more to figure that out. But yeah, honestly, I don't know, like um yeah, let's see. Um, I'm not too concerned about the baseline right now. We have like a bootlegged version working, so it's okay for now, I guess. But I'm curious to see how well this will scale when we use the WebSockets. That's what I am interested in. That's what I am curious about. Okay, now we have another issue. I don't know why it's doing this right now. So the text is way too big, but yeah, we need to. I think we need to set a max width. Yeah, I think we need to set like a max width or something like this. Otherwise, it's going to be problematic. We'll have to fix that later. Yeah, we'll 100% need to fix that. Okay. Well, I'm not really concerned about all of this right now. We'll fix that later. So what I am concerned about is the WebSocket stuff. So we need to make it so that we can receive the actual messages live. And then we also need to display, we also need to do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of UI components that we'll have to update. We'll need to obviously update this, and this, right? And we'll also need to, whenever a new message is received, we'll need to shift the latest conversation up to the top. So there's a lot of different events that we'll have to receive. So we definitely won't have time to do that today because I gotta go soon. But we definitely made a lot of progress though, which is really good. What I'll do right now is this. I will do this. So here's what I'll do. Yeah, we're nowhere near done like this. There's a lot more stuff that we have to do. Okay, so let me write a commit message first. And like we're not even done with the base functionality, which is just sending messages. We need to at least get the sending messages first, and then we can worry about refactor everything else. And I know I am kind of like I'm kind of like brute forcing the implementation, so you'll notice that I am kind of just like, you know, writing a bunch of stuff and not really considering if the code is clean or not. That's because I'm just kind of like brute forcing it, and what I'll do is I'll go back and refactor it later. Because it's better to at least have the code showing you what it's doing, so you can at least have like a proof of concept, instead of just sitting there and just thinking about the best way that you can write the code possible. Because you can always go back and refactor code later on and fix all of these tiny things, you know? Because like once you have like the proof of concept showing that it works, then you're good to go. So let me do this. I will also push. Oh crap! I forgot. Did I forget to switch branches? Don't tell me I forgot to switch branches. Don't tell me I forgot to switch branches. Alright, it's fine. I'll have to. Let me see. Rebase. Crap. How did I. Wait, I don't understand. I changed my branch earlier. So, why was I in the other branch? Wait. How do I move all of this stuff? It's not working for me. Alright, I think that works. Yeah, perfect. So now I can just do git push. Alright, let me just make sure that the latest code is on GitHub. Alright, I think I just pushed the latest changes, so that's good. I'll move that away from here. And yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. Have you tried Copilot? Seems to work with Java too. I use it with C#. I have not tried Copilot yet. I've heard of it, but I have not tried it yet. All right, so I think what I'll do for the next couple minutes is I'll set up the gateway server, and I'll set up Socket.io on React, and then I'll call it a night or call it a day, and then we'll probably continue maybe tomorrow or later this week. I don't know, but we did do a lot of stuff, which is good. Would you make tutorials on Unreal Engine in the future? I probably won't, because I really have never worked with that before, and I don't see myself in a position where I would work with it, to be honest. Back at it again, and with 17k. Thanks. Thank you, I appreciate it, T-Bod, and welcome back to the stream. Yeah, I think today we actually had a pretty good stream today. Like, I started today at 17,049 subs, and right now we have 17,119 subs. So we basically got about, I can't do math, what's 51 plus 19? That's 70. So we gained 70 subs in this stream, which is crazy. That's still a lot, you know? That's still a lot. The algorithm is working in our favor. Algorithm is working in our favor. Alright, so the gateway is going to be a little bit complex to work with, but we'll get it to work. NestG module. You are really doing a great work. Thank you for sharing knowledge. Hope to see you more. Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm glad you all can learn. Alright, we'll need to install NestJS sockets. So let me at least set up the socket today, and then we can continue. Because I actually just want to at least show you how this chat thing will work with sockets. Because I know that's the thing that we were trying to aim for to see, but we never got a chance to look at it. So I want to at least show you all how that works first. I don't know why it doesn't want to. I did install the correct package, right? We're gonna host this app, and will you tweak some settings for your host to make the WebSockets work? Yes. I'm not gonna be hosting this app because I mean I could, but like I'm not going to. The intention was just to, I mean maybe I will, who knows, but I don't really have any intention on hosting it. The intention behind this is really just to build the project and not really, like, you know, deploy it for production, you know, but maybe I'll host it, who knows. Who knows? But am I gonna tweak my host to make the WebSockets work? That, well, I mean, for the I've done it before, one time. I think I remember how to do it. It shouldn't be that difficult. So, subscribe, message. I don't know why my freaking... I'm not getting IntelliSense, which is really annoying. Why am I awake at 5 a.m.? Why would I not be awake at 5 a.m.? So we'll subscribe to a message. So these are going to be messages that are going to be sent from the front end. So we'll need the create message event. So we'll subscribe to this create message event. And keep in mind that we also are going to need to manage authentication and sessions. But don't worry, I'll show you how we can do that. It's not really that hard. Basically, I'll show you how that works. Don't worry. In my country, it's 2 p.m., so you're good, haha. It's almost 6 p.m. here. Yeah, it's really early here. Okay, so what happens is this. When we receive a message, what's going to happen is we need to fire an event to all of the other things. But here's the thing, right? So I think with Discord, the way that they do it is when you create a message, you actually call the API using a post request, and the server fires the event. So what we need to do is I think we need to use like some kind of adapter. Or not adapter. We need to use this. Let me show you. We can use like an event emitter to emit an event. And then we can use that to, but I guess that's really, do I really want to do it that way? That's another thing that's difficult. Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to do it this way. What we want to do is we want to make a post request to the endpoint, right? We want to make a post request here, and then we want to fire the event. So I think what we could do actually, yeah, I think what we could do actually is, yeah, I think the best thing that we'll do is this. We'll fire the event when the post request is made. And we'll need to reference this class and find out if the user, we need to find out if the other user is connected or not, right? So if the other user is not connected, then there's really not much that we could do. I mean, you could obviously send notifications, but we're not going to worry about that right now. But we're going to assume that the other user is online, which means that they are logged in somewhere, right? And then it's going to display the message. So just for now, what I'll do is I'll do server.emit. But yeah, you can see that this is a little bit difficult because we, yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll actually, yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do instead. I think what we'll do is for our gateway, we will also have an event emitter module set up that will receive events. So the message controller right over here, well, maybe not the controller, but the service will fire an event, and we'll listen to the event in our class somewhere, and then we'll call server.emit, and then we'll emit the thing. Well, not server, but we need to get the actual connected socket. So let me show you something. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so watch this. Pay close attention right now, okay? So we're gonna connect to the WebSocket right now. You can see that right over here. Actually, wait, not yet. Copy this. So where's our gate? Did our gateway initialize? Yep, there we go, right here. Messaging gateway, subscribe to the create message. Okay, so now watch this. I'm gonna go ahead and connect to the gateway right now. So we're gonna go over to, let's do new WebSocket request, socket.io, localhost port 3001. So we just connected, and look at the logs. It's gonna go ahead and log the socket. Now, I think if I remember correctly, there's a way that you can get the session ID from the socket event somehow. If I remember, there should be an object somewhere over here that tells you that. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, because I've done this before one time, you can reference the headers, get the cookie, and you can use the cookie and deserialize the cookie and check to see if that cookie is a valid one. And if it is, that means that the user is logged in. And you can use that to associate each session ID with the cookie. And so essentially what we'll do is when we are connected to our WebSocket server, we're going to basically map the socket ID, right? So we're going to map this socket ID. I think it's this one over here. We're going to map the socket ID to the user, okay? Or like the user session, the logged in user. And then that way we'll know who is connected and which socket client belongs to who. And whenever a message is received, we'll check to see if the user is online. If they're not, we'll go ahead and just not do anything. If they are, we'll fire the event. And then they'll receive the event and they'll see the message appear on their screen. So let me show you this. I'm going to go ahead and send a create message event. And look at the logs. Whenever I send an event to our server, it says create message. See, So basically, we're not going to do anything here, but we're going to go ahead and need to fire an event when the post request is made to the server for creating a message. And I think what we'll do is we'll create some helper methods for messaging gateway. I'm really not sure how we're going to even I'm really not sure how we can inject the gateway though, because when I think about it, the best thing that we could do is let me do this real quick before I go. I'll do this last thing and then I'll go. What time is it? It is 5 o'clock. How did you put the terminals together? Control Alt D. Yo, what's up, Jamal? How are you? Welcome to the stream, man. How's it going? Good, about to start class this morning. Oh, school already started. Wow. Are you in college right now? Gotcha, gotcha. Wow, 2 weeks ago. Wow. What is it now, man? Give me a break. This is the thing that's so weird to me is what happened to... I'm really confused. What happened to our code? Why is it all of a sudden recipient and... What the hell is going on? What did I just do with this? I must have done something. I may have messed up my database somehow. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I may have messed up my database when I changed the data type, but that's weird how it messed everything up. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So annoying. It's not full error, it's just when I rebased it messed up the it messed this up. It's really annoying. Okay, watch this real quick and then I'm gonna go. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and return saved message like this. Let's create a message. No errors, okay. Don't worry about the password right now. We'll fix that later, don't worry. Const message equals wait. And then what I'll do is this dot event emitter dot emit message. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna emit this event. So let's create the message. Okay, good. Yo, what's up, Gox? How are you? Welcome back to the stream, man. And so what we'll do is in the gateway. I wonder how we even. I mean, I guess what we do is we just do on event. Someone said press F1. You know what? Let me just restart everything. Because I really need IntelliSense badly. I want to sub in Super Chat. But again, unfortunately, this feature isn't available. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Where are you from, by the way? I might deploy this. We'll see. We will see. But I won't make any promises, though. Wait, why does it not fetch it? Wait, what? Wait, why does it not fetch it? Huh, interesting. Oh, 14 isn't even a valid conversation. What am I even doing? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, nice, nice. Alright, so, on event. Let me handle this event real quick. We're almost done, And I think this could happen anywhere. Let's test this out. So pay close attention to the logs. We're gonna create a message. Okay, perfect. We have the event. So watch this. We're gonna go ahead and get the payload. For now, I'm just gonna do any. And let me go ahead and console log payload. Okay. So now you see all the data is in here. So you have the message that was created. You have the author. So what you'll need to do is you'll need to get the socket for the recipient. So all you'll do is just take the author's ID and figure out who is the receiving end. You'll have to basically check if the user's online, and that's actually not really that difficult, because what we'll do tomorrow or later this week is we'll create a map that will map each socket ID to the user's session ID, and that's how we're going to be able to get the correct user. Okay, and so that's how we'll tell if they're online. And then all you have to do is just get their socket instance and then just fire the event. But for now, what I'll do is this. This is not the right way, because this will emit it to every single connection, and you do not want that. But for now, I'll just show you how to do this. So we're going to emit this on message event, and then now what I'll do is I'll connect to this socket, and I'm going to listen to an event, the on message. So pretend like right now here we're connecting it from React. Okay, so pretend like we're connecting from React right now, and I want you to look at the feed real quick. So I'm going to create a message, and you see over here we received this payload on the client side, right? Pretend like this is React, and you can see that we have the data. So when React receives the data, we just have to add it to that local state variable that we have created, and that's how we can manage the messages. So that is going to be pretty much it for the stream. Yo, what's up, Abdul? How are you? But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. We're just gonna end the stream right over here, because I've been streaming for about 4 hours, and I'd love to stream more, but I gotta get ready for work in like an hour. But yeah, we've made a lot of progress today. Yesterday I was just so sad that I couldn't get the implementation finished, but it's okay, because we got a lot of stuff done already. We've made it really far, right? We've made it really far. I think the next time we stream, we just got to implement the live socket feature, and then just fix up some other minor details, and then fix up the major details, refactor some stuff, and then we should be good to go. So that is going to be pretty much it. Before I go, if you are new here, or if you are not in my Discord server, feel free to join my Discord. You can go over to our Discord and chat with me and the rest of our community. And you can ask questions and just hang out with us. And that is going to be all. So thank you to everyone who watched and chatted with me. I will see you all in my next live stream. Peace out, everyone.